Test. 1, 2.
To Middle Georgia Sports Live. Kyle Tucker and Brett Taylor here with you at Cavalier Fields at Mount DeSales Academy. It's been a wet and long night as we have patiently waited for this game to get underway. It'll be Mount DeSales hosting Creekside Christian Academy out of McDonough. We have been in a roughly 2-hour rain delay. And so we've had the rain, we've had the lightning and the thunder, and Brett, looks like we're finally going to start playing some football here in about 3 minutes.
Absolutely what we wanted to see happen tonight. We did not want a Friday night to go by without getting some action here at Cavalier Field. And finally, as you mentioned, the storm cell moved south, and now seems like we're in the clear. We're going to keep our fingers and toes and everything crossed, make sure that we get this ball game in, but should be an exciting matchup these two teams going out of association to play each other and getting an abbreviated warm-up. And you see the captains there, Kyle, coming in. And as they go to the center, we may get a tight shot right there of the coin toss and see what happens. But, Kyle, we saw Mount DeSales last week. They took on Central Fellowship. They got a big victory. Slow start to the season for the Cavaliers, but they really picked it up in the second half. I know Coach Slocum talked to you about that, and, I expect to see a crisper, cleaner outing here for the Cavaliers.
Absolutely. The scrimmage game and the first game of the season against Central Fellowship, Cavaliers came out kind of sputtering in the offensive game, not quite able to complete receptions, but the second half they were able to get it going. However, a lot of sloppiness in the penalty department, some work left in the offensive game as far as snaps and hiking the football. We'll talk about that as we get into the broadcast tonight. But a great win, like you said, but a lot to clean up. And we'll see how they do tonight against the Cougars of Creekside Christian Academy.
Yeah, and if I were to give some keys to the game, Kyle, I would say let's get Bryson Harrell the ball if you're Mount DeSales. Let's clean up the penalties like you talked about from last week. The snaps were really a big deal, and they're going to have to shore that up along with the long snapping as well. That was a considerable issue, although Mount DeSales did benefit a little bit on one play in particular. I can remember where the snap on the punt went awry, but I think it was Jalen Gibbs maybe picked it up. Jaden Gibbs and picked it up and took it and picked up a first down. But we'll see if those things are cleaned up. I think that's going to be key for Mount DeSales and their success here tonight. And then Creekside Christian, I think they're going to have to deal with the size here of Mount DeSales up front. So it looks like Creekside Christian will receive the opening kick, Kyle, and Mount DeSales will go on defense to start things. So we're about set here. I'm excited for some football. Week 2 here in GIAA.
Yep. Folks, it's finally time for football. And as Brett said, Creekside going to start on offense here. Creekside is out of the GAPS Division 1. They're in Region 2 there. GAPS, if you're not familiar with it, stands for the Georgia Association of Private and Parochial Schools. And so that's another private division in the state of Georgia. They're out of Henry County. They've actually got a split campus. I believe the main campus is in McDonough, and then there's a secondary campus in Hampton, kind of close to the Atlanta. What was Atlanta Motor Speedway is now Echo Park Speedway. But so they're from the Henry County area. Went 8-4 last year, Brett. They were 3-1. Second in their region, and they made it all the way to the championship game, only to unfortunately lose to Lanier Christian Academy. They lost 24-8 in that game, a heartbreaker. We were actually talking with someone who was at that game, and a successful school in their league, in their division, and now here they are in a cross-division matchup with the Mount DeSales Cavaliers, and they're going to receive here tonight as the Cavaliers look to kick off. And the kick, and it goes to the left side there. He's going to bring it back. He's going to fall at about the 35. So about a 20-yard pickup from where he received it. Maybe 15 on that. So
I just got an update. They're actually going to play 10-minute quarters instead of a full score, full 12 minutes. So that's a little bit different than I did not anticipate that, so I apologize.
Yep. Abbreviated game due to the weather delay. 44 Owen Dixon, I believe, had the tackle there on the kickoff return.
Here are your starters brought to you by BCI Insulation. You've got Dexter Scarborough, defensive end. Bryson Fletcher, also defensive end. Collier and Perkins in the middle there. McElroy, Devereaux, Harrell and Ragsdale at outside linebacker, Jaden Gibbs at cornerback there. That ball gets tipped, and it's picked off. Sorry to take that from you, Kyle, but in the middle of the starters, and a big play already, and that's number 15. We'll give you that. That's Kadashi Terare, and free safety comes up with the pick there, Kyle.
Yep, senior quarterback Luke Stanzel, first pass out of the gate and throws a pick. So not the start that you want if you're the Cougars, but Mount DeSales played a really good defensive game against Central Fellowship, and they're already off to a good defensive start here tonight in week 2. And, we're having, okay, a little theatrics here. All right. Okay. I believe that was part of the theatrics as far as the interception.
So there's a big handoff up the middle.
Okay. So Devereaux on the carry. That's Josh Devereaux.
That's a 2-yard pickup, and it'll bring up 2nd down and 5, we'll call it.
So 2nd and 5, as Brett said. And it's going to be interesting to see how this offense starts out tonight.
Going to hand it off to Devereaux again.
Yep. Couldn't tell there. Okay, yeah, so Devereaux again on the handoff. And so, Brett, they had a lot of pass attempts in the first half last week. Not as successful as they would have probably liked. And now, 2 plays in, they're handing the ball off. So I wonder if Devereaux is going to get a bigger workload tonight. See if Coach Slocum switches it up. We got a 3-receiver set. Looks like Y-trips. And Bernie under center hands it off again.
That ball popped out, Kyle.
We got a fumble.
Still on the loose.
I believe that Creekside has it. And number 2 for the Cougars, that'll be Tyson Trimmer. And a Trimmer felt here by the Cavaliers offense as they fumble that one away. Bernie under center hands it off again.
Under center. That ball popped out, Kyle.
We got a fumble. I couldn't tell if that was Devereaux. I believe that Creekside has it. A fumble. And so now we have what was an interception by the Cougars. It was not capitalized by the Cavaliers. They fumble. So back-to-back turnovers on the opening drives for these teams. And so now the Cougars are at their 28-yard line. And he drops back. He's going to throw it. He's got his man.
So a big-time reception there. Good job of rolling out, and they connect.
So, yeah, Luke Stanzel throws to Sam McGinnis, the senior receiver, 6'3", 170. Good physical attributes there for a receiver. And like you said, McGinnis rolled out to his right, hit his man on the sideline. And they've got a first down, so a little cleaner, quicker play there after an interception on his first throw for Stancil. Stancil hands off. He's going to run right, but he's met by a Cavalier defender. Number 2 is jacked up after a great tackle. Or no, excuse me, number 9.
So that'll bring up 2nd down and 11, Kyle.
I'm sorry. Benny Perkins on the tackle there. So the running back for the Cougars was trying to sweep right after that handoff, and Benny Perkins wrapped him up. A great run-saving tackle there. We got some motion here on the offensive line. Another man in motion as Stancil hikes it. Throws it to McGinnis again, and another reception, and he's out of bounds. Interesting, Brett. A little deception there with the men in motion, and Stansel goes to McGinnis again.
Yeah, good play there. I think you're going to see it here.
Hikes it.
On the replay.
Throws it to McGinnis again, and another reception.
Just a good job shedding the tackler, getting out of bounds. And right now, seems like Stansel's doing everything he wants to do and more.
Yep. High snap there, and he gets it off.
And that's where you're going to see the pressure from Mount DeSales, and where that big front is really going to cause problems, and Stansel's going to have to get the football out quicker.
Yep. Dexter Scarborough there, number 30, the junior for the Cavaliers, putting Stansel on his back. A great QB pressure on that drive. And so we got a 2nd and 10 after that incompletion, but nice quick work by Stansel to at least get rid of it.
We'd like to thank our sponsors here tonight, Emory Healthcare, Coca-Cola, as well as BCI Insulation, and they're going deep.
And Stansel going up the left side of the field there, going away from McGinnis this time. I cannot quite tell who that was intended for, but so 3rd and 10 now. And Brett, an interesting observation. Bryson Fletcher is in the game. He had an unsportsmanlike in the scrimmage game earlier this year against Windsor, and then got ejected last week against Central Fellowship. I thought there would be a first half suspension, or at least first quarter suspension for Fletcher, but he is in the game tonight. So not really sure about that.
That's good news for Mount DeSales, then, but we'll take a quick break with them. Right now, no score. 6:34 to go here in the first quarter. You're watching Creekside taking on Mount DeSales on Middle Georgia Sports Live.
When doubt surrounds your picture of tomorrow, hope from others can light the way forward. A whole team of people focused on what's next. Devoted to medicine that envisions the future so you can do the same. The power of second chances is here at Emory Healthcare, but its beauty shines brightest when you bring it home.
Real recognize real. Real taste, unmistakably Sprite. Real refreshment, crisp.
But I can't get it. Ooh, whoops.
All right, here we are back at Cavalier Fields, and we've got
3rd down and 10, Kyle.
Yep, 3rd and 10. And
Stansel, you would think they're going to the air right here.
Yep.
They've been pretty prolific in the air, but then no, they keep it on the ground. I think they thought we thought the same thing, and a big lick right there.
What a hit. So Stansel keeps it on a QB keeper of sorts, and he is met by a heavy blow. So before the timeout break, I was talking about Bryson Fletcher was ejected last week. Thought he was going to be suspended for some of this game, but he's in here now. Brett, last week against Central Fellowship, him being ejected, that affected their special teams. Tell us about that.
Yeah, long snapper. Obviously, we talked earlier about the snapping issues that Mount DeSales has. Hoping to clean that up, and there you see undisciplined up front, and they jump off sides.
Yep. So first flag here. 5:55 into the first quarter, or rather 4 minutes and 55 seconds into this first quarter.
So that's going to make it 4th down and about 1, Kyle.
Yep. So first flag out of the gate for the Cavaliers. They had a high number last week. I believe you said it was 27. We had some pregame discussion, had a long time.
That wasn't all Mount DeSales, but that was the total for the game.
For the game, okay. Well,
if you go hard count here.
So Stansel out a shotgun as he's adjusting. The defense is adjusting. He's going to fake the handoff. He's going to look for a receiver. Nobody there.
Nobody there. And a good job by the Mount DeSales defense of standing strong.
Interesting play there on 4th and 1 to fake the handoff and go for a throw, but no receiver there, Brett. So I don't know if somebody missed a route or
adjusting,
if
the
Stancil had
defense
to rush
is
his throw.
adjusting.
He had some pressure
fake
there
the
on the
handoff.
outside. Looks like
He's
linebacker came and applied some pressure looking at the replay. And, Kyle, that's going to bring up 1st down and 10 for Mount DeSales. I believe that was Morgan Asaro who applied the pressure for Mount DeSales.
Yep. So a short field for the Cavaliers, but a better drive by the Cougars. We'll see how that sets the Cougars up for the rest of the game. And Bernie now in shotgun as he hands off to Harrell. So number 7, Bryson Harrell. We talked a lot about him last week, didn't we, Brett?
Yes, we do have a flag down on the play, Kyle. Not sure what the issue is there. We'll see.
I think it's on the Cavaliers.
That is
holding.
Not good, so that's going to back up Mount DeSales. And that'll replay the down as well. It's going to bring up, they're going to mark it from the original line of scrimmage. So,
and a familiar theme here, Brett. Bryson Harrell had a really good return game as far as punt returns and kickoff returns last week. But when he could have had 3 touchdowns, he only had 1, and the other 2 were negated due to holding calls. So here, Bryson Harrell on his first handoff, another holding call. So if they want their star to be successful, they're going to have to clean up some of this jersey grabbing here that they have going on when he has the ball.
So 1st down and 20.
And there, oh, we got a breakaway run. Josh Devereaux, look at him go. Number 34, Josh Devereaux with a long run and carry.
1st down and 20.
And now
you see it here. He breaks through the line. Kyle
and
does a good job of weaving through.
Oh, we got a breakaway run.
The big fellow rumbles and stumbles inside the 30.
All right, the Cavaliers are now knocking on the door of the red zone. Can they capitalize? Their red zone conversion last week was not quite as what they would probably like. There's another bad snap, and Bernie is he got the handoff.
Yeah, they were lucky there that didn't go for a turnover.
Yep. So the handoff there to, I believe that was Carson McElroy, was able to manage the handoff, but another bad low snap. We'll talk about that in just a second. As number 5 comes in, that'll be Eli Battle, the sophomore, coming in. Yeah, so as they huddled, so last week, Brett, there were a lot of low snaps, even a high snap for Mount DeSales. And I think that was a big hindrance in their first half game last week, as we'll talk this play real quick. Shotgun, Bernie snaps it, throws it right, tipped by Eli Battle. So Eli Battle just coming into the game, and he's already being queued up here as that one skips off his fingertips. But yeah, so Brett, last week, a lot of bad snaps by the Cavaliers. And in the first half, Benjamin Bernie and his receivers could not quite sync up. And that was the story of the scrimmage against Windsor, too. They just could not complete receptions. And I think what's happening is with these low snaps, Bernie is getting off balance with his footing. And when his head comes up and he looks for his receiver progressions and tries to read the defense, he's already behind because of the low snap, and it's causing him to rush his throws. And so if they can maybe get some of these snaps cleaned up, right there was a good one. And there's a good throw, a little too far though. So if they can clean up some of these snaps, he can throw a little bit more confidently, a little bit more coherently, and they can maybe complete some of these receptions that they're missing in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, it gets you into rhythm, Kyle. That's the thing. If you're not able to get in rhythm as a quarterback, that is the worst thing, because you don't have time to throw. You saw on the previous snap, it backed them up even in the handoff, getting that off and being able to secure the ball. But rhythm is such an important thing to the quarterback position, and you've really got to be able to get the snap cleanly, get back, get your feet underneath you, and then deliver the football on time.
He's got 3 receivers to the right. He's going to throw it kind of up the middle and almost picked off. And that was the QB for the Cougars. Luke Stanzel, he's playing free safety there. He almost had the pick. So you almost had QB pick on
He's
QB.
got 3 receivers to the right. He's going to throw
there,
it kind of up the middle.
You see the ball go out of his hands right there. Just could not corral it. So that'll turn the ball over on downs.
And another missed red zone, or almost a red zone opportunity. They're at 29. So at the doorstep there and couldn't quite convert it. So Luke Stanzel and his Cougars, they had a quick offense in their first couple plays of their last drive, only to turn it over on downs. We'll see what they do here. He's got 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, a receiver offset, or a running back offset, excuse me. And
that's going to be not good.
Another flag.
So that's going to make it first down and 15 after the false start.
So the Cougars starting to see their own goal zone shadow here as they back up. So that'll put them at the 25-yard line. And the height goes high. Stancil catches it, though. He scrambles, gets it away. And already the composure of Luke Stanzel, that was great. I mean, a horrible snap went off his fingertips, above his head, but he was able to turn backwards and catch it.
Goes high. Stancil catches it, though.
He had an earlier
he scrambles,
QB
gets
pressure
it away.
where he got it away as well. So his composure under pressure has been impressive so far in this first quarter, Brett.
Not what you want to see as a head coach, but from your quarterback when everything breaks down around him, that's the exact type of composure and poise that you want to see out of your signal caller. And he, at minimum, keeps them from losing the ball and losing more yardage.
Receiver in motion. He's picked up by the linebacker, and another flag.
I was about to say, we're gonna have to call that one.
And another false start.
Second down and 20.
So, I believe that was our 5th flag in the game so far. And we're getting an official's timeout. Number had a Cougar player run out, and now we're getting timeout by Creekside timeout. Okay, so what started as an official's timeout is now a Creekside timeout, and I believe we'll go to break with them. We'll be right back here on Middle Georgia Sports Live.
Real recognize real. Real taste, unmistakably Sprite. Real refreshment, crisp lemon lime. You see it and answer the thirst, but never thirsty. Sprite, the clear favorite.
When doubt surrounds your picture of tomorrow, Hope from others can light the way forward. A whole team of people focused on what's next. Devoted to medicine that envisions the future so you can do the same. The power of second chances is here at Emory Healthcare, but its beauty shines brightest when you bring it home.
Real recognize real. Real taste, unmistakably Sprite. Real refreshment, crisp lemon lime. You see it and answer the thirst, but never thirsty.
Welcome back to MGSL. Mount DeSales and Creekside Christian Academy locked 0-0 here with under 4 minutes left in the first quarter. Creekside hikes it. Luke Stansel tries to throw to McGinnis, and it's wide right. And so that'll bring up 3rd and 20. So we've got the Cougars backed up against getting close to their own end zone here. They had 2 false starts to make it 2nd and 20. They go for a timeout, ran a quick play there to try to get it to McGinnis. Sam McGinnis, number 1, the senior receiver, didn't quite make it. And so now it's 3rd and 20, Brett.
We'll get you some updates on some scores around the area. You see the ticker there at the bottom of your screen. But a lot of scores in the Macon area will not be populating just yet, as folks just got out of rain and lightning delays. That completion makes it 4th and 15.
All right, so Stansel going to his left there, makes the completion, but only picks up about 5 yards, as Brett mentioned. So they will be punting. And
a quick score update, Kyle, over at Tatnall.
Oh, wow.
The Trojans on top of the Piedmont Cougars, 21-0. Tell you what, a little bit of an unfair fight. Tatnall's got definitely a size and number advantage. Piedmont with only 18 players on their roster.
Wow, yeah.
That's tough.
It's hard to overcome.
So 4th and 15, we'll call it. Punting territory here for the for the Cougars.
And kind of a rugby-style punt as it kind of squibbles out of bounds there. And Creekside not kicking to Bryson Harrell. Harrell, I don't know who he was looking at, but he looked in the direction of the Creekside sideline and just kind of threw up his arms like, hey, you don't want to kick it to me? Okay. Like, what's going on? But, you know, if anybody was watching last week, and I'm sure the Creekside had some kind of scouting information as they kicked it away from Harrell. Harrell was a weapon last week, Brett.
He was definitely a weapon. He's going to be somebody they're going to get involved in the offense here.
Yep.
Number 7, and we'll have a player spotlight for him once we get to isolate down on him. I've got some information from last week's game to share about some of his accomplishments.
And another handoff. I believe that's Devereaux as he's pulling a crowd with him.
He's just a load right now. Very tough to handle. 2nd down, and we'll call it 7 after the 3-yard pickup.
Actually, that was Dexter Scarborough on the carry, the junior, number 30. But this Cavaliers running game showing some tenacity so far, as they've accounted for a majority of the positive yards that the Cavaliers have. As Brett mentioned, we had a 2-hour rain delay, had a lot of rain delays across middle Georgia. We got a wet field, but it does not seem to have impacted the running game so far. As that one to Bernie, he throws it quickly, but a blitz kind of interrupts that pass. And an incomplete pass. Not sure who on the Cougars blitzed there, but they had that one keyed up. Bernie, a quick hike, turned to his right with a quick pass, but Cougars defense interrupting that one.
Yeah, you're going to see it here on this snap, just right off the bat.
Is that
the
one
defensive end
to
comes
Bernie?
right upfield.
He throws
26,
it quickly, but
almost picks it off, and somehow Mount DeSales comes away with it. But 3rd down Oh, no, they said it was incomplete.
Yep. I believe that was Tyler Peterson, number 25. He quickly closed in on that pass as Bernie drops back. He's going to have pressure, and he's going to go down. But we've got a flag. No, that is 26, so we don't have that number on our roster. But so
Bernie sacked back at the 43-yard line, and that's going to go against Mount DeSales. So that's going to make it, I would just take the result of the play.
yeah, if you take the result, it's 4th down, right?
Yeah.
So how about that Cougars defense, Brett? Blitzing, breaking up passes, sacking the
Yeah.
QB.
I would assume that Creekside's going to decline this penalty.
Doesn't look like it. It's going to be 3rd and 12.
Yeah, I don't know what they're spotting. They just gave an 8-yard penalty for a false start.
And Bernie in the shotgun hikes it. He's got 4 receivers, and he's pressured again, sacked.
Nowhere to go with the football.
And the Cougars are pouncing on their prey here in this drive as Bernie down in back-to-back sacks.
You're going to see the pressure here coming right in his
And Bernie in the
right in
shotgun
his
hikes
face.
it. He's got 4
Splits
receivers.
the line and gets
and
right
he's
upfield,
pressured
and they
again,
sack
sacked.
Bernie, and it'll bring up 4th down and forever. And we just moved the entire chains on the far side.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're doing.
Well, they should have the down and or the marker that goes to the nearest 5 line.
The Whitecap officials trying to get it figured out.
Forget what you call that, but it's a clip they put down on the nearest solid yard line, so they know if the chains get off, they know where to go back to.
So now 4th and 25. And
So it's odd. We saw some big runs on the first possession for Mount DeSales, and the last couple have gone backwards. We'll see if the snap has gotten any better during this off week. And there's another penalty, and probably Mount DeSales going to benefit a little bit from this one.
nope,
Because
another false start.
no, I'm saying they benefit from it because it looked like it was going to be a fumbled snap
Oh,
from
yeah.
Gibbs in the backfield, and there was a defender right there to pick it up.
Okay. So here we are in the first quarter, and so far I've got 4 flags for Mount DeSales in the first quarter. So penalties a theme this year so far. But as Brett says, they don't turn it over. So can they have a clean snap this time? Nope. And number 1's going to have to run it. And can he get the first? He's still on his feet. And nope. So another bad snap. And number 1, Jaden Gibbs, has to scramble to make something out of that one. And it's going to be a turnover.
Number
on
1's
downs.
going to have to
Yeah,
run
he
it.
gets to the outside here.
And
He
can
tries
he
to
get
cut
the
back
first?
against the grain.
He's still on
But a
his
good job
feet.
staying and securing that
Nope.
area and tackling him down well short of the first.
Brett, if I'm Coach Slocum, whoever my long snapper is, whoever my center is, they're going to get with their partner, and they're going to walk the hallways in between classes, and they're hiking textbooks, they're hiking footballs, they're in lunch line hiking burgers and milk cartons. They've got to get it figured out. I mean, you got to – this has been a problem.
No doubt, and there they try the draw, but nothing going. Mount DeSales solid up front. 2nd down and 10. And this right here is starting to be somewhat of a rock fight between both of these teams.
Yep.
And the defensive lines and linebackers have really taken over the game for both defenses.
Yep. So, Cougars in business with a half a field here, less than half a field, as Stansel in shotgun, hands it off. No, he's going to keep it and run right, sliding right. This is a very cerebral quarterback, Brett. He didn't go for the tough run there as far as taking the hit. He slid right away. So, and that's it for the first quarter. As Brett said, it's a rock fight, 0-0. Cougars with the ball. We'll see how it goes in the second quarter. Don't go anywhere. Kyle Tucker and Brett Taylor on Middle Georgia Sports Live.
Real recognize real. Real taste, unmistakably Sprite. Real refreshment, crisp lemon lime. You see it and answer the thirst, but never thirsty. Sprite, the clear favorite.
When doubt surrounds your picture of tomorrow, hope from others can light the way forward. A whole team of people focused on what's next. Devoted to medicine that envisions the future so you can do the same. The power of second chances is here at Emory Healthcare, but its beauty shines brightest when you bring it home.
Real recognize real. Real taste, unmistakably Sprite. Real refreshment, crisp lemon lime. You see it and answer the thirst, but never thirsty. Sprite, the clear favorite.
And we're back here at Cavalier Field. And as we talked about a rock fight, I tell you what, I think Stratford's putting out a message across GIAA tonight. The last count I saw, and you'll see on the ticker, it was 30-7 over at Pacelli. And that's a Pacelli squad that came over and got a late touchdown and two-point conversion to beat FPD. So that tells you how good Stratford is to go over to Diamond Field and put that on Pacelli like they are. I'd like to give a shout-out to the Central Chargers, Kyle, as they pick up a big victory. They're first in since 2023 over Greenville, the Patriots. They really took one on the chin today against against Central Chargers. So congratulations to the Chargers.
I believe the Chargers have a new coach this year. Is that correct?
They do, and he came over, I think, from Wilkinson County, if I'm not mistaken. And he obviously has got them playing really good ball to start with, cleaned up some things, and congratulations to them. It's always good to see teams that have struggled in the past to be able to get a much-needed victory and get those kids some positive vibes over there at Central.
Yep, they were playing at Thompson Stadium tonight.
Thompson Stadium, our buddy Braden Holder over there, him and the marvelous one, Marvin James, calling those games from Thompson Stadium on Middle Georgia Sports Live. I'd like to thank Kevin Grooms for partnering with us to do that. Also like to thank Athletic Director Kenny Epps here at Mount DeSales for partnering with us here. And we're here for the Cavaliers tonight as that pass is overthrown, Kyle, and
Yep.
Mount DeSales is going to get the football back.
Yep, Luke Stansel just kind of let that one sail, and it bounces towards the track out of bounds. And so, another turnover on downs.
I wonder if Coach Slocum will aim to go back to the ground game here on this drive. He had such good success, and you see number 7 there for Mount DeSales running out. Bryson Harrell last week against CFCA had a 73-yard touchdown run and a 50-yard punt return TD. That was to start off, Kyle, the scoring for Mount DeSales, and he was just Mr. Everything. I know you said he probably had over 200 yards all-purpose last week. And
Yep, if not for some holding penalties that called it back. And there's a good run there by Harrell.
And just on cue, we did not pre-script that with Coach Slocum, but we just kind of got fortunate. But what a great job getting upfield. Maybe got a little bit of a tug there from his wide receiver, but nonetheless did a good job of hiding it, and Harold gets upfield, going to bring up 2nd down and short. And this is what Mount DeSales needs to do, Kyle. Get the football on the ground. They're speedsters who can really move the football and run in open space, and let them go to work and let their athleticism shine. And then you can kind of salt and pepper in the play action pass. Here's another handoff up the middle and a big run. That looks like either Devereaux or Scarborough.
It's Devereaux.
So a 1st down.
So just like you said, Brett, cue up the run game, and that's been their winning horse tonight, so to speak. And so
got to figure out how do we punch it in when we get down there if you're Mount DeSales.
Yep.
We've seen it the last few weeks. They're moving the ball pretty good between the 20s, and then they either have an untimely penalty, they have a bad snap, something that sets them back. And this is where you have to be consistent on offense to be able to get into the end zone.
Yep, they got 3 receivers. Another handoff to Devereaux, but no go there as he'll
I tell you
maybe
what,
get like
26 is all over the field.
Yeah. And we don't have him on the right. I've got a 25, which is Tyler Peterson. I don't have a 26.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because that kid is all over the field tonight.
It's kind of like reminds me of Troy Polamalu, just turns up defensively everywhere.
And this is going to be one of those things, Kyle, where with a quick game, considering you're shrunk down with the rain delay to 10 minutes per quarter, it's going to go by in a hurry, and we may see one score win this thing.
Yeah,
especially with the way these defenses are playing.
And we got Harold in motion, and Bernie throws it deep to Jaden Gibbs.
Wow, he had it. What a pretty pass, but just barely out of his reach. He had a step on him, and he was going to score if he could track that down. Let's take a look at this replay. You see him drop back.
And Bernie throws it deep
out there,
to
it's just
Jaden Gibbs.
about a yard too far.
Yeah, that was a pretty offensive play. You had Harold in motion, running what looked like a wheel route, maybe a lot of things going on. Jaden Gibbs was open, and Bernie just out-threw him by maybe maybe a yard or so. So 3rd and 11 now. 3 receivers left. Running back offset. Bernie drops back. He's going to toss it.
Ooh, nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go. Overthrows Eli Battle. Jaden Gibbs up top. Kind of lands in the middle of them. And now another turnover on downs. So, Brett, here we go. This is 3 weeks in a row where Bernie and his receivers just cannot quite link up in the first half. That's kind of seemed to have been their pattern. Can they turn it around again in the second half as they did the first 2 weeks? We'll have to see.
So we got Jaden Gibbs back there who's going to be taking the punt. We'll see if the snap is better here, Kyle.
That's Fletcher, the long snapper, who, like we said, had to leave early last week due to some ejection, unsportsmanlike conduct, and Gibbs gets it off.
And there's a fumble.
It's muffed. Cavaliers have it. And what a break for the Cavaliers. So kind of a straight line. And here we go with the flashing theatrics.
And
Gibbs
gets it off.
He just
runs
up and tries
Cavaliers have it.
to catch it on the run.
Yep.
And nothing doing. So 1st down and 10 for the Cavaliers. And what an opportunity here for Mount DeSales.
Yep. The lighting crew here tonight at Cavalier Fields, maybe queuing it up a la Truist Park with some lighting theatrics. I like it. There's Devereaux. He's got his own theatrics as he rumbles his way up the field. But, yeah, like you said, Jaden Gibbs on the punt, kind of a straight line punt.
Maybe
That might have been why the receiver had a hard time with it. It was just kind of straight line to him. He couldn't receive it, and it bounces off his hands.
There's Devereaux. He's got his own
recovered.
theatrics.
It's a big run right there by Devereaux.
Yep.
That positive yardage that much right off the bat. 2nd down and 3, we'll call it.
And Bernie shouting out something to the left. He's got a clean snap. It fakes a great offensive play, a little okey-doke. Hands it off, pretends to have it in hand, but I believe they're going to get the first down on that one.
I think that was a direct snap.
Okay.
I think that we're not doing a replay.
Replay. Okay.
I think that was a direct snap.
Well, he okey-doked me. I thought it was so quick. So that was a good draw up by Coach Slocum there.
So it's 3rd and inches. I thought it was a gimme first down. It looked like he got pushed beyond, but
yeah,
maybe his forward progress was stopped.
And he does hand that one off.
Somebody lost a mouthpiece. I think he's got it. It looked like he got to the yard line, and he's just past the 20, which I think he just had to touch the 20. Are they calling it 4th? Okay.
So Devereaux crosses the first down marker, and Cavaliers are in business. And Brett, that's kind of what it was going to take tonight, with both offenses not quite able to fully capitalize and score. It was going to take a special teams play, something out of the ordinary for somebody to capitalize and set themselves up. But they, it's still not done yet. They're 1st and 10, but they've got to score. Bernie hands it off, and he's met by a wall of Cougars.
Yeah, good job right there up front by the Cougs. Coming in and really turning that run away. Mountain DeSales has been having success all game long running the football.
They've got to score.
And a good job by the defensive line.
Bernie hands
Just
it off.
Stonewall.
And
72, Rasheed Slayton had a little bit of trouble inside there against the defensive tackle from Creekside.
So 2nd and 13 now. Can the Cavaliers punch through? A throw, quick throw up the middle, and it's got Bryson Harrells in the end zone. Touchdown, Cavaliers.
And I'm going to tell you this, that kid right there is special. What a play. And we're going to cue this up and see it from the beginning. You're just going to see he barely gets it off, barely gets it past the linebacker, makes a cut, makes another cut, and breaks a tackle. And he's in the end zone and then spins it to boot.
That was the slot receiver position, if I'm correct, right? Just kind of a...
We'll look at it again after this point attempt, but great job.
Bryson Harrell's ability to cut and make people miss is really good. As that one goes through, so it's a 7-point game after the successful extra point.
As you see here, another look at
quick
it.
throw up the middle.
Just
and
making people miss.
Bryson Harrell's
Number
in the end
17
zone.
for
Touchdown.
that was Luke Stanzel. Really had no shot. And an incredible play. And that may, like I said, I'm telling you, in a game that's shortened like this, you never know that 7 points could be the only scoring we see tonight.
Yep.
Considering how good both of these defenses are playing, that could definitely be the case. So Stratford on top of Pacelli right now, 32-7. That's in the third quarter.
Like you said, Brett, that is a statement to go to Columbus and beat Pacelli, or be leading Pacelli by that much of a margin.
100%.
Yep. The Eagles are putting their claw mark on the region there.
Their talons are out in full force. Not sure how long halftime's going to be. Mr. Tom up here, Tom Mead, been around Mountain DeSales for a long time doing public address, said it's going to be 30 seconds, which I'm sure everybody would love to have that be the case.
All right, the Cougars back to receive the kickoff, and it's a good one down the left side, and another muffed reception.
Yeah, got to blow that dead, can't get up.
Did it get out again?
Yeah, he was down, though.
So, Brett, I'm not sure if that was the same returnman that muffed the punt return earlier, but you got to wonder if a wet football is causing some return reception problems for the Cougars.
Yeah, it definitely could be, Kyle. When you talk about, you know, how difficult it is sometimes to handle a slippery football, especially if you're one of those guys who's not used to being a ball carrier. Yeah, that can definitely be an issue.
Well, we have pushed over into the 10 o'clock hour, and we're in the second quarter thanks to a 2-hour rain delay. But we want to thank you for still tuning in with us. It's only 7-0. We still got a ball game as Stancil hands that one off, and he's not going far.
Right now, Mount DeSales doing a good job imposing their will up front. Morgan, number 11, Morgan Acero, doing a good job, and looks like we may have an injury down there, and that is an Emory Healthcare injury timeout. So we will hear from our sponsor, Emory Healthcare, and take a break with them. Again, Mount DeSales on top 7-0 right here on Middle Georgia Sports Live.
When doubt surrounds your picture of tomorrow, hope from others can light the way forward. A whole team of people focused on what's next. Devoted to medicine that envisions the future so you can do the same. The power of second chances is here at Emory Healthcare, but its beauty shines brightest when you bring it home.
And we're back here at Cavaliers Field. Mount DeSales on top 7-0. Kyle, it's been a wet night. Right now it seems like Mount DeSales has benefited a little bit. They've got the turnover. They also got some good defensive field position here based on the ball bouncing out on the kickoff. It's 2nd down and 11, and unfortunately we've got an injured Cougar down there. Never want to see anybody hurt.
Nope. It's unfortunate. But, like you said, some sloppy return receptions by the Cougars have given the Cavaliers great field position offensively. And, like you said, we've got a hurt player on that play. And so we're going to hang here for a second. Okay, so, Brett, let's have a little fun during the injury timeout. Okay, I was a mass media major, broadcast journalism, and so I'm very blessed to get to use it here with you tonight on Middle Georgia Sports Live. What did you major in college?
History.
History. So let's have a little history trivia. The Mount DeSales, they're the Cavaliers. What is a Cavalier? Where does that name come from?
I don't know. The Virginia Cavaliers.
Okay. Not the Cleveland Cavaliers, not the Virginia Cavaliers. I mean, they share the name.
Yeah.
But I looked this up last night because I wasn't 100% sure. A Cavalier was a mounted horseman in the 1600s. As we're back in business quickly, Stancil throws it right.
Oh.
And
we're going to get a penalty. No, we're not.
Nope, no penalty. They went from injury timeout to running that play really quick.
They did.
But an incomplete So 3rd and 11. But anyways, a Cavalier is a mounted horseman from the 1600s during the English Civil War. If you were fighting for King Charles I's side, you were known as a Cavalier. So a mounted horseman, probably wearing some Shakespeare-styled clothing with swords. Maybe that's where the word cavalry comes from. And so a Cavalier was a mounted horseman with swords during the 1600s.
So we are going to have an abbreviated halftime, a 10-minute halftime, Kyle.
Okay.
So a little bit of a breather for the guys, but that's a good-looking throw, but just could not corral it. That was number 2, Tyson Trimmer.
Yep.
And that pass goes down on the ground, and Mount DeSale is going to get the football back.
Yep. Good field position again. So, of course, Mount DeSales, the Cavaliers here in West Macon, riding for Coach Robert Slocum tonight, trying to get a win.
Tatton will square up 28-0 over Piedmont. Westfield on top 17-3 over Strong Rock.
And what a straight line punt.
I just leave it alone, but he's going to pick it up. And we may see some fireworks here.
Woo.
He's going to be brought down.
Look, when you're Bryson Harrell, I think he enjoys picking up that ball. And that was probably the most straight line punt I think I've ever seen. I mean, it was easily 40, 45 yards upfield. No, hardly no hang time. I mean, if a second on the hang time. And
Right.
Bryson Harrell, like you said, picked it up, tried to make something of it, but they're going to be on the 34-yard line. So 3/4 of the field to go for the Cavaliers. Can they utilize that run game again? Or after a successful passing touchdown, is Bernie ready to open up the passing game? We'll see. He hikes it, hands it off, and Devereaux on the go, and he's going to have a first down. And so there's our answer. Run, young man, run. Clean snaps tonight from the offense. I've only seen really one bad offensive snap that I can think
Yikes
of.
it.
A lot cleaner this week.
Hands it off.
Yeah, big
And
run right there up the middle from
Devereaux
Devereaux.
on the-
Good job.
What's interesting, Brett, is in the first drive, Bernie did play under center for one play, and I haven't seen them do that since. He's been shotgun ever since. So I'm not sure. Maybe the Cougars showed something in that first drive that Coach Slocum took advantage of, and that's why they went under center. But didn't know that was in the cards for the Cavaliers, as they're mostly a shotgun team. Not a lot of high schools playing under center these days. Kind of out of style. Wanted to shout out to Loganville, our cameraman tonight. Hanging in there, keeping our cameras dry and keeping us ready to go once we commenced with the action. So a run of 24 yards, and the Cavaliers at the 43rd yard line on the Cougars side. Let's see what they do. Bernie hikes it. Pump fakes, throws long to Gibbs. And Gibbs had it go through the red basket.
What a great pass.
Man.
What a
Goodness
pass.
gracious. Bernie had that in his bread basket, and it fell through Gibbs. I tell you, Gibbs has been, if you've got your one receiver who can burn them and try to receive it, Gibbs has been that guy, but they have not hooked up on a long pass yet. So, 2nd and 10. That'll probably be the best incompletion of the night, if you want to call it that. Bernie hands it off. Another long run play, and the Cavaliers are gashing, and he's still on his feet. A Cavalier push, we call it. And so, Brett, the Cavaliers are gashing the run defense of the Cougars tonight.
Yeah, good job right there, just up front, really forcing the issue. And there's not a whole lot right now that the Cougars can do to handle Mountain DeSales up front. That size advantage is starting to wear. We saw that last week.
And another run. And it's Harrell, I believe. He's on his feet. He's gonna score. Touchdown, Cavaliers.
So the Cavaliers put another 6 on the board. And you're gonna see the handoff and all the tackles that he's gonna break. And what a huge run there by Bryson Harrell.
Brett, Harrell is a sophomore, and his highlight reel through the first 2 games of the year is stacking up. Oh, excuse me, he is a junior. I take that back. Yeah, that was someone else I was thinking of. Harrell's a junior, so timeout, Mount DeSales. And so we will go to commercial. Yep, we're going to go to commercial. We'll be right back after this timeout. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Middle Georgia Sports Live.
Real, recognize real. Real taste, unmistakably Sprite. Real refreshment, crisp lemon lime. You see it and answer the thirst, but never thirsty. Sprite, the clear favorite.
When doubt surrounds your picture of tomorrow, hope from others can light the way forward. A whole team of people focused on what's next. Devoted to medicine that envisions the future so you can do the same. The power of second chances is here at Emory Healthcare, but its beauty shines brightest when you bring it home.
All right, we're back with an extra point attempt here, and the Cavaliers kick it, and it's good. So 14-0 Mount DeSales as another Bryson Harrell touchdown puts the Cavaliers up by 2 scores.
Yeah, we'll take another look at this. Handoff on the left side of the line, and he cuts all the way back across, broke a couple of tackles, and finished it off in the end zone.
Brett, he's got
style.
He's got that white shirt hanging out. Makes me think of a white-tailed deer just running just as quick as can be.
Galloping along, huh?
Yep. Getting away from the Cougar. So, Coach Robert Slocum back at the helm here at Mount DeSales, and he has his team off and roaring. So, we'll try to have some final scores for you tonight. Westfield is up 17-9
Looks like that
over Strong.
Looks like that just went final over in Perry. Westfield, they're lining up 17-9.
It's a good football score there.
Yep.
All right, let's see if Mount DeSales picks on that return man again. And they will. They kicked it, and he muffs it again. We're going to have to get the number on who that is. So they switched it, Brett. The return man was on the left side the last time, and Mount DeSales realized it, and they kicked left to him, and he muffed it. But the Cougars keep it. So heads up, special teams play by Mount DeSales to pick on what has been a weakness in the return game for the Cougars. So here at the 28 is where the Cougars will start. And a running play and a good one for the Cougars. So kind of a quick hike and handoff for Stancil. So a first down already for the Cougars after a great running play. Giovanni England, number 4, with the carry there. And Creekside just used their final timeout of the first half as we've got 27 seconds left. So you got to wonder what they're going to do. A Hail Mary from Stancil perhaps. But they've got 27 seconds. No timeouts after this one. You'd like to see them throw to McGinnis on the sideline if you're the Creekside faithful, like he did in the first drive. A quick little sideline pass. So will Mount DeSales defend the sideline to keep them from stopping the clock? Will they leave the middle open? We'll see. We've got 2 receivers on the left side, single receiver on the away side of the stadium. Stancil, bad snap. He's scrambling to get it, and he's quickly sacked.
And that may force Creekside and Coach Wesley Owens to maybe just take it into the half.
Yep, you're down 14-0. Live to fight another half. Not a good 2-minute drill performance there, but that'll do it for the half, as Brett called it. It is 14-0, Mount DeSales. And we'll go to halftime. Remember, 10-minute halftime this time. We'll be back in the third quarter. For Brett Taylor, this is Kyle Tucker. You're watching Middle Georgia Sports Live.
Real, recognize real. Real taste, unmistakably Sprite. Real refreshment, crisp lemon lime. You see it and answer the thirst, but never thirsty. Sprite, the clear favorite.
When doubt surrounds your picture of tomorrow, hope from others can light the way forward. A whole team of people focused on what's next. Devoted to medicine that envisions the future so you can do the same. The power of second chances is here at Emory Healthcare, but its beauty shines brightest when you bring it home.
Real, recognize real. Real taste, unmistakably Sprite. Real refreshment, crisp lemon lime. You see it and answer the thirst, but never thirsty. Sprite, the clear favorite.
When doubt surrounds your picture of tomorrow, hope from others can light the way forward. A whole team of
Merchant Cavaliers.
That's the idea, because I said my battery's over here, because I forgot to bring the cable, which I will be looking at tonight to make sure I get that ready for. Okay. It's a, okay, it says charging now. It should be. Okay, now that's charging. It's like a USB, you got a boot, you can like, because most of these cameras, like the end zone camera over there, they already used for power. They have like a little shielded boot on this one. And it goes out to here. I can plug it in here and I use that for power. And I forgot the extra one. I think I gave an extra one to somebody the game that I had. And I got distracted. I didn't make sure that I got distracted and then check in myself to see. Yeah. Because see, these were the old end zone cameras. And what happens is once the USB port goes out, you really can't use the end zone camera anymore because the USB port is HDMI port is for them to see the monitor. And so what I did was I just kept the camera. I can use them for when my video's off going, so I can just use that for. So I try to rush it, but I know we only got 10 minutes left, so I'll be in that. Yeah, I got you. So, what all you saw when you was out there? You saw when he had like that, when he did his, it was like what, tight end, or like a tight frame shot. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
it's just a great night for football as we saw the
sir.
look in there. And the Huskies well on their way, it looks like, to potentially scoring another touchdown. And we got some more big ball games tomorrow with Rutland taking on Crawford County, and then, like I said, the Northeast West Side game to cap the Gridiron Classic. Tonight, Mount DeSales on top 14-0 here at halftime. And just some big plays. Here's the latest one right here from Harrell. And he just making all kinds of plays happen.
Yeah.
They're up 14-0 after the big run by the junior tailback. And Kyle, they're looking to finish things off. This is an abbreviated halftime. And you see the light show here on Hawaiian night at Mount DeSales. It's been a fun atmosphere, even though the rain dampened things a little bit. Student body and everything coming back pretty strong here to finish off the game.
Yep. The student council tonight, or every Friday night, they put on a theme for each game. And as you said, tonight is Hawaii night. So there was a little luau music during a halftime. You know, at a luau, usually the main dinner course for the night is pig. They, put a hole in the ground and barbecue the pig in the ground. Well, tonight for the luau, it's cougar. They're going to try to put the cougars in the ground and keep them there if they can finish this second half strong. So Mount DeSales up 2 scores. Can they cook the Cougars? We'll see.
Mount DeSales will get the football as Creekside took possession to start the game. And here in the second half, Benjamin Burney and his Cavaliers will have the football. You got to think that Josh Devereaux, that Bryson Harrell will have a lot of touches here on this first drive to start the second half.
Yep. And he'll drop back to return. Yes, sir.
Kyle, we had some interesting scores there. I'm going to throw it up again. Strong Rock and Westfield, a final 17-9 there. Tatnall Square at the half up 28-0. Again here 14-0. Central up, they won 30-0. And then Veterans was leading Warner Robins. That's in the third, 10-0. And let's see if we see any other. Houston County was on top of West Forsyth, 21-7. And in the third quarter, Northside on top of Eagles Landing, 35-6. So Coach Boone Williams doing a good job over there at Northside, trying to get things rolling again for the Eagles, get back into some championship contention.
That's my alma mater, Brett.
Look out for the Northside Eagles.
Yes, sir. Always great to be one. As Harrell scoops it up, and he's going to have a good return, and he's going left now. Harrell is a man on a mission. He was on the right sideline, and you thought his run was over, and he just absolutely shifted left and picked up another 15 yards.
He is just a load to handle. He has great vision.
That's what I was going to say.
Cuts back across the field, and he's hard to deal with. You see the cut back here, and he cuts back multiple times, gets across to the 45-yard line.
Yep.
And perfect field position here for the Cavaliers.
Yeah, if you've got shifty speed and you can cut on a dime, and then you pair that, like you said, Brett, with the great field vision, man, that makes for a heck of a player. As Devereaux, he's having a good night.
And he almost picks up a full 10. Looks like he may be about a yard short of the first down. And this is where we saw last week Central Fellowship hit a wall against Mount DeSales, and that depth and that physicality and size took over for Mount DeSales. Keep an eye on the body language from Creekside to make sure and see, is that, with their limited roster size, is that going to rear its ugly head for another opponent of Mount DeSales? We saw that very quickly into the second half last week for Central Fellowship. Almost feels like the same game, same color scheme.
It does. There's a deep throw by Burney for a touchdown. Eli Battle, number 5, on a deep route from Bernie. And just like that, the Cavaliers are up 20.
I mean, Kyle, we talked about it. Sometimes Bernie, when he doesn't get a chance to set his feet, he struggles with accuracy, but he does not struggle normally with the deep ball, and you're going to see it here. He gets his feet set. He just tosses it right over top of the safety, and Battle finishes it off. Great reaction there, and a huge score for the Cavaliers. And as we mentioned, that body language, a quick score now for Mount DeSales. Does it snowball on Creekside?
Yep. And the PAT is good. So 21-0 Mount DeSales, as they are sailing through this game with ease. And
Kyle,
we're going to go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, you've got to, if you're Coach Slocum, you've got to really like the adjustments that you made from week to week.
Yep.
They always say that the most growth a team makes is from week 1 to week 2. I think we're seeing that on display right now.
Yep. There were some penalties there in the first quarter. Not so many in the second quarter. None so far in the third quarter. The offensive snapping has been cleaned up tremendously compared to last week. And there's been more run plays, for one. They've run way more running plays this week than last week. And Bernie looks a lot more confident in shotgun as they've had clean hikes and snaps. And it has resulted in a better offense this week, here in week 2.
Yeah, I have been thoroughly impressed with the job that Coach Robert Slocum's done to really rein in some of those concerning issues that Mount DeSales had last year after the game. And it seems like this team has taken ownership of that and really put their best foot forward, if you will, and cleaned up some things, which is good to see because they're going to need to play clean football the further they get in the year. We're seeing some of the scores around the state. We know who Mount DeSales has on their schedule. And another struggle on a short kickoff for Creekside.
And that was, I don't have that number. It was 88, I believe, and we don't have his.
Here's another look at
number.
that touchdown, Kyle. Just right over the top of the safety.
A great catch by Eli Battle. So it just comes right over his head. All right, so Luke Stansel looked really impressive in the second drive of the game. He had some quick throws. Came out of the gate with an interception, but then came in the second drive and kind of showed what I would call a cool hand Luke composure. A lot of quick scrambles and throws to get out of trouble and save yardage. Can he do something here as he hands this one off? He had a really good reception earlier in the game to Sam McGinnis, the senior receiver. He scrambled right and threw it to McGinnis on the sideline for a great reception. I thought we were going to see that tandem hook up most of the night, and I don't think they have since. There was one attempt I know that was incomplete, but McGinnis has not really been a factor. The defense for the Cavaliers just proving stout once again, as this has been a shutout. Can the Cougars disrupt this shutout as a pretend hike by Stansel confuses the Cavaliers, and I believe we'll have encroachment or offsides 1.
So false start here. It may be some sort of a snap infraction. So you can't do any weird ball motion or anything like that to try to entice the defensive jump. That's not allowed, and so.
Now, but that's different in the NFL and college, right?
No, you can't do any movement with the ball. Now, I will say there's a little bit of gray area. A lot of times you see the quarterback will do motions and really be extra demonstrative with their head motion and bobbing, trying to get some movement. But technically, by the letter of the laws, that's a great defensive play there. It's going to bring up 3rd down and 10. Technically, by the letter of the law, that movement should be illegal.
Yeah. So a quick dish to Nehemiah Lyman, number 6, the senior receiver for the Cougars.
Kyle, quick
Yeah.
quick score update over at Thompson Howard. They did punch it in. It's 21-0 at halftime.
The Huskies are howling in North Macon tonight, and a bad snap, but a quick recovery by Stancil, and he scrambles. He is so impressive.
He's going to be short, though. He slides.
Yeah.
You only get yardage to where you start the slide. He wants yardage out of the 1st down marker, but he's going to be about a yard short. So we'll see. Do they go for it, or do they punt it away?
Yeah, they're not in favorable field position. But I tell you, Stancil, I mean, bad snap, but he is so quick on his thought process and reactions when under pressure, bad snaps. He is very quick to recover and kind of manage the damage, if you will. So 4th and 1, as you said, they're going to go for it. Stancil pointing his running back to position, 2-man backfield.
And he is not going to get it. I think he got absolutely stuffed.
So QB keeper doesn't work, and the Cavaliers are going to take over at.
And we'll take a look here, Kyle, and see the play up the middle. Linebackers just absolutely stuff it.
They were there.
He didn't even get – I don't even know if he got back to the line of scrimmage, honestly,
Yeah.
which is hard to believe on a quarterback sneak.
Cavaliers defense showing up tonight.
They've stepped up, there's no doubt. And you got to like that if you're coach Robert Slocum.
And a hike and a handoff. Devereaux gets a couple yards. He's still on his feet. Devereaux, such an impressive ball carrier for this Cavalier squad.
He is a load to handle. There is no doubt about that. Just seems like the Cavaliers, they've matured over the week from game 1, where they were in that scrimmage game to now.
Yep.
Definitely see them taking steps and strides to clean things up.
Harrell in motion, hands it off to him. He's going to swing around the left. He's still going. He's still going. And a 1st down. I tell you, Harrell, when he just full head of steam, gets that handoff, swings it left, and the young man with 2 touchdowns on the night picks up another 1st down for Mount DeSales.
Yeah, he is so impressive. You see, they try to arm tackle him. There's nothing they can do. They finally bring him down about 12 yards down the field.
Brett, it's going to be interesting to see as the year goes on what kind of college scouting and recruiting takes place around one Bryson Harrell. And another handoff. Still going. Is that Devereaux?
Wow.
And couldn't tell who the ball carrier was, but he's going to be within about 3 yards. So 2nd and 2. The Cavaliers knocking at the doorstep once again. And a handoff to Harrell.
He's close.
Close. A Cougar helmet is off.
I think he's marking him short. So it'll be 3rd and goal from about the half-yard line.
We got a coach on the Cavalier sideline with his hands up saying, mark it a touchdown. Let's go. Yep, and the young man for the Cougars who lost his helmet, he's got to take off one play per concussion protocol. He's got to get his helmet back on.
So the Demons have made a comeback.
Oh,
They're on top now 20-17. That's in the 4th quarter.
They could use a comeback.
I'm assuming that's at Freedom Field down in Warner Robins.
Off of Cohen Walker and Fairway. 3rd and 1 for the Cavaliers here as Devereaux gets it.
Looks like maybe. Did they lose the ball and pick it up and take it in? They're going to say his knee was down and he was short. So looks like he lost possession.
Let's see. It's hard to tell from all the huddled action there.
You got a lot of bodies in the way. There's
Yes,
no
sir.
doubt.
Trench warfare for sure. So they're going to call it 4th and 1. Eli Battle in the game now.
So 4th and 1. You got to think with Bernie, that big frame, don't even take a step back. Just lean forward.
Yeah.
You would think that would be enough. That may be what they know. He
Bad
drops
snap.
the football, but he's going to get in anyways, it looks like.
Touchdown.
He does. Wow.
Well, we talk about Luke Stansel recovering on bad snaps. And a bad snap there, but Benjamin Burney is money for that one as it's now 27-0. Brett, you called it. This one has gotten out of hand. The Cavaliers have worn down the Cougars, and looks like if they can hold up for one more quarter in 2 minutes, they'll be the victors tonight.
Yeah, you see him drop it. He picks it up, and he's just going to eventually – he gets a little bit of a push by his offensive line, and that kick is up and good. And those are the things, Kyle. Think of how clean Mount DeSales has been in the kicking game tonight. They had the one bad snap in the first half. They cleaned that up, and then all the point after attempts have been good, clean, solid. You've had 4 extra points go up and in, and you haven't had a whole lot of those silly penalties. I think one maybe holding call that I can remember in the first half on a play. Other than that, they have been pretty solid tonight, and a drastic improvement in terms of talking about 27 flags between both teams last week compared to what we've seen in this game.
Yeah.
That's impressive work over just a week's time.
Night and day difference. And the kickoff game has been great. I mean, they've isolated this one returnman who's struggled, and they've just – and the defense has been there. Luke Stansel having to scramble a lot tonight, a lot of pressure. I mean, it's been on all facets tonight, Brett. Special teams, defense, offense. It's been a really impressive game by the Cavaliers.
I'm looking forward to see, how the next steps and the next improvements that the Cavs make as they continue to push forward. It's been a good night, I think. I think even Coach Slocum, even though, you want to see perfection and that's not attainable, but he's got to be happy with the progress.
Absolutely.
I mean, at this point in the program for Mount DeSales, Kyle, when you think about where they are, where they've been, kind of Coach Slocum coming in, taking things back over to just how far it seems like they have improved. And now they're going to go to 2-0 after 2 weeks.
Brett, they had 2 wins all of last year. They were 2-8, and they've already matched that total in the first 2 weeks.
Yeah, they're going to win tonight for sure. And like you said, it's got to be a good feeling here at MDS. And obviously that will build some momentum and have the kids wanting more and more.
Yep.
And that's where you want your program to go. You see some dominance up front right now.
They're learning how to win. He's adjusting them, teaching them how to clean up their mistakes, and now they've won 2 games. He's rebuilding the winning culture here at Mount DeSales, and that becomes addictive. It becomes something where it sets a standard and a goal that you keep trying to attain each week. And just a great job overall by Coach Slocum and this team. So next week, they will be at Pinewood Christian. Let me tell you, of all the venues we have been to on the GIAA, I really enjoyed Pinewood Christian down there in Belleville. And there's a long throw by Stansel, but his man's covered. Great defensive coverage there by Braylon Mitchell. And no flag as he just was on his man.
We'll take a look at what's going on over at Tatnall. 28-0 for Tatnall. And that is in the third quarter, I believe. Looks like they haven't quite updated the score graphic there, but a big victory, matching scores and matching colors for both of these games. So
absolutely
impressive to see for how Tatnall has started the season. They were extremely impressive last week over a team that is not used to losing in Gatewood, and now right back at it against Piedmont, a team that has won a lot over the years. I know they're lower classification, but at this point, it seems like the Tatnall Trojans are very explosive. They're going to have to be, as are all the other teams here in the Macon area, at least the Quad A teams, as it seems like, based on what Stratford is doing or has done over at Pacelli tonight, put a statement out there with just a huge victory. And I know Pacelli is not maybe the Pacelli of 2 or 3 years ago when they won a state championship and went deep in the playoffs, but they looked pretty solid against FPD last week. They got a big victory on the road in a tough venue. And for Stratford to go over there, take a road trip, and dominate the way they have, I think that's got to put everyone on notice that the Eagles are trying to repeat, and the championship's going to run through them in GIAA 4A.
Yep. Stratford, just, again, you talk about building winning cultures and standards. Stratford, a high standard there. As Stansel's
flushed. I think he's going to be
short again.
It's close. I think he's short.
He is quick on his feet.
You got to think that they're going to probably rethink the quarterback sneak in this scenario, considering what happened last time, Kyle. It was tough sledding for Stansel.
Yep.
And then it led directly to a quick touchdown for Mount DeSales.
So we'll see what they do here.
And we've got a timeout here for an official. Maybe he's going to get a measurement. We'll see. It's almost like he turned and looked at the spot to see, hey, is this worth measuring? And they are going to push folks back.
So we get the chain gang, which they're getting away from that in the NFL, Brett. They're going to have more of an automated system I think they were starting to implement. And so
on some of our more in-depth broadcasts and bigger events like that, not that these Friday nights are not big events. They are huge events for us. They are very important. But I've looked into some of that technology and just the accuracy in which they have gotten that down. And you saw it in the World Cup. It's the same kind of technology with, the offsides in soccer and how it's automated now. They go to VAR, or they don't even have to go to VAR. They wait for confirmation in their earpiece that it is, in fact, offsides. And it's the same type of stuff you see in the NFL.
They're going to give it to them.
So
first,
the white hat does a good job coming in there and noticing, hey, this looks closer than what we think it is.
Yep.
And they measure, and it is indeed a first down.
So I mentioned the Cavaliers going down to Belleville next week to play Pinewood Christian. They were 0-1 coming out of week 1, and they're currently down to Frederica Academy at home 14-0. So if they're losing to Frederica Academy 14-0, and if Coach Slocum and the Cavaliers can come in and play like they did this week, it could be another win for the Cavaliers next week. So we'll see. As we got a scramble here up the right side, Stansel again, and he seems to be just wanting to take this one in his own hands, Brett, as that's the end of the third. So end of the third, all Cavaliers 28-0, but the Cougars trying to mount a score here as their QB is kind of taking things into his own hands. We'll go to a break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. You're watching this on Middle Georgia Sports Live.
Real recognize real. Real taste, unmistakably Sprite. Real refreshment, crisp lemon lime. You see it and answer the thirst, but never thirsty. Sprite, the clear favorite.
When doubt surrounds your picture of tomorrow, hope from others can light the way forward. A whole team of people focused on what's next. Devoted to medicine that envisions the future so you can do the same. The power of second chances is here at Emory Healthcare, but its beauty shines brightest when you bring it home.
Real recognize real. Real taste, unmistakably Sprite. Real refreshment, crisp lemon lime. You see it and answer the thirst, but never thirsty. Sprite, the clear favorite.
When doubt surrounds your picture of tomorrow.
And welcome back to Cavalier Fields. And thank you for tuning in to Middle Georgia Sports Live. And welcome to the 11 o'clock hour, as it is a late night and a handoff. And finally, the Cougar running back, number 4, Giovanni England, kind of getting back in the game here. He had a good carry earlier. I believe it was in the second quarter. And now he's being utilized again, as the Cougars got something going here in this drive. And England's going to get it again. And he's picks up about 6 yards maybe. So the Cougars showing some urgency here.
Yeah, I was going to take another look at that previous play as you see the handoff, and you just see him dicing up Mount DeSales in the middle.
Looking like Alvin Kamara there with the long dreads. The New Orleans Saints running back, who's actually injured and will be out for a little while. All right, Luke Stansel and Fletcher up the middle.
And it's offsides. So that hurts.
Yep. So far, the best offensive drive for the Cougars, and they'll be assisted by the encroachment on behalf of Mount DeSales there. So, yeah, if you're wondering, 11 o'clock, why are we just now in the fourth quarter? Well, if you tuned in at any later point in the broadcast with us, we had a 2-hour rain delay. Started a little after 7 o'clock. As Stansel's going to keep this one, and he's going to go for it, and he's going to get it.
Yeah, he clears that 35-yard line. I think he's going to be right at the sticks.
Tackled by 55, Bryson Fletcher.
Well, if you do the math, Kyle, it's likely going to end this game somewhere around 11:25 maybe. And you take into account changing, getting all the gear loaded up, probably feeding these kids from Creekside. These kids are probably getting home maybe close to 2 o'clock.
Yeah, it's going to be a late night for the team from Henry County.
It's not a terrible trip back up,
No. not
but
really.
it's still on buses
Yeah.
or on a bus. It's not going to be a quick, and then hopefully you don't have anything on Saturday morning,
Yep.
you know.
Yeah. That's
Hopefully as
one
a
of those.
when you play the night before, you're hoping you get to sleep in. I can
Yeah.
remember during my playing days in high school, the next day, especially when the season got rolling,
Yep.
sleeping until about 11:30, riding over
Oh,
to Zaxby's, give
absolutely.
me wings and things, and
Yep.
coming back and sitting and vegging out watching football most of the day.
There you go. That sounds like a good weekend.
Now I just do that, but I didn't burn all those calories the night before.
Yeah. I was, I'm going to use a slight stereotype here, but I was a band nerd, band geek, whatever you want to call it. And I remember long nights in the Blue Wind Marching Band coming back from Atlanta area schools, coming back from Waycross one night. I remember those long bus trips.
Dude, those, I mean, and I will say, you know, one thing I value about some of these, and I appreciate about a lot of these coaches for football and these different sports, about how much emphasis they place on the appreciation that they have for all of the other facets of everything that's attached to the school and the sports program and just the support around it. The band, you talk about those band folks, at a lot of schools, they do things like concessions.
They do.
They have their own times where they do competitions and whatnot, and all the work that they do. Think about all the stuff they do during the summer to get ready for the season of marching band.
Band camp is brutal during the summer. I couldn't imagine doing band camp this summer. This summer has been so hot.
So, I mean, and then the cheerleaders, all the stuff they have to go through. I mean, it really is, you know, if you're not showing that appreciation and love, I think that can speak to where the program is. And a lot of these coaches do a good job of that. And that's going to turn the football over.
Yep.
So Mount DeSales, they bend a little bit, Kyle, but they do not break, and they get the football back for their offense.
Yep, Benny Perkins showing Luke Stansel no love on that play as he sacks the senior quarterback from Creekside Christian. And so what was a successful drive for quite a while for the Creekside Christian ends in another turnover on downs. Brett, Giovanni England looked really good for the Cougars. It's a little too late, though. They should have, the way he looked, maybe they should have utilized him a little bit more earlier in the game. You wonder if it's, you know, a little extra motivation in garbage time. Not sure. Braylon Mitchell gets involved here as he jukes and stiff arms his way around, and he'll be tackled at the 25.
Yeah, big play right there. Mitchell showing off the speed and saying, hey, Harold, you're not the only one who can do this.
And Braylon Mitchell.
You'll see the throw here, just a stand-up route there, about a 5-yard stop, and shows the shiftiness on the sideline, sidesteps a couple of tacklers, and next thing you know, he's down inside the 30.
Yep. Mitchell almost had 2 interceptions last week against the Lancers, dropped both of them, but cleanly receives that one and shows his skills. And he tries to cue him up again, but the defender was right on his back, so goes off his hands.
One thing you can tell Mountain DeSales has done since the first half, those first couple of drives, that linebacker that's blitzing and putting pressure on Bernie, they've dedicated a running back to pick that blitzer up and giving him that extra time to get rid of the football. And he's had 2 passes in a row, 2 attempts in a row where he's had plenty of time to throw the football after the back picks up the free defender.
Well, as stout as Devereaux is, that helps if he's blocking Devereaux on the carry there.
Yeah, good job right there of Creekside being very stingy and stiff in the middle. So 3rd down and 11, we'll call it. We're under 5 to play. 28-0 your score. Mountain DeSales moving to 2-0 on the 2026 season. And Kyle, if you would have asked Coach Slocum back in the offseason, what does the start of the season look like or what would you like? I think this would be kind of a perfect scenario for him.
Absolutely. His team is clicking tonight as Bernie hands that one off. I believe that's Jaden Gibbs, and he's going, and it got pulled away, stripped away. And so Jaden Gibbs received the handoff, and that one was stripped away by Cougar.
Yeah, he gets spun around, and then the defender just yanks it out. And sometimes you want to try to pick up those extra yards, and then other times maybe you just cut your losses.
Yep. So great defensive play by the Cougars, but with just under 4 minutes to go, it's going to take a miracle for Creekside Christian to do anything with this one.
I will say, Kyle, it seems like to me Mount DeSales has always had an answer for Creekside. Whenever Creekside has made a play or busted something big, Mount DeSales has come up with the goods after the fact.
Yep. And Stancil under pressure once again. Dexter Scarborough looking to sack the senior QB. He scrambled left towards the away sideline and threw it with nowhere to go. So 2nd and 10, 3 minutes and 47 seconds left in this ball game. And the Cavaliers riding towards 2-0.
So the final over in Columbus, Stratford defeated Pacelli 46-14.
My goodness.
What a performance there. Chatco beats Terrell County 32-22. That's a final. Brookstone starts the season 0-2 after falling to Spencer 28-11.
They were in the championship last year, Brett, and to go 0-2 to start the year, not
right out of the gate. That's an unusual matchup over in Columbus. That has never happened before, I don't believe. And Brookstone's playing actually playing Central of Macon later this year as well, which is not a usual opponent for them.
Yeah, a little cross association.
And mentioning the Central Chargers, they get their first victory in 2.5 years, we'll call it, tonight over Greenville in a rain-shortened game. But nonetheless, victory all the same.
Yep.
You got to be happy for those guys.
Since we had rain tonight, I'll do a little segue. Have you ever been to Noah's Ark in Henry County? Interleague is the word. Yes, I said cross association, and interleague is the word. Appreciate it. Yep, interleague matchup.
You should know, being a baseball guy, Kyle. You should know that.
I should have known that. It escaped me.
When baseball went to interleague, you remember you used to have the random 3 games a year or
That's
whatever.
right.
Now it's much more spread out.
We have a Scrabble player up here who's got the right words.
Mr. Carroll,
Mr.
he knows.
Carroll, yep.
And there, that ball goes incomplete and a flag. And just like that, we mentioned how clean it had been, and then all of a sudden, we're 3.5 minutes to go in the ball game, and we got a flag. This may be a personal foul, and it's roughing the passer on Mount DeSales.
But as I was mentioning, Noah's Ark, a little animal refuge zoo up there in the Locust Grove area. Have you ever been there, Brett?
I have not.
So the way it kind of started is there was a lion, a tiger, and a bear.
Oh, my.
Yep, there you go. All rescued from a bad situation in the Atlanta area, and they were all cubs. And so they got put in a zoo together in Locust Grove, and they were all in the same pen. And there were other animals. I think there were some buffalo. I think there was even a cougar. There were some other animals. A nice little zoo up there in Locust Grove and in Henry County. So Creekside Christian, of course, from Henry County. So if you ever get a chance, it's a great little tourist spot. Peach County 42-24 over Perry in the third. I thought I had seen another final on that. Maybe that was last year's final.
So that's a loss on the play there, Kyle. A 2. Yep. We're approaching 3 minutes to go in the game.
Henry County, also known for the shopping outlet up there, Tanger Outlet. Some good barbecue up there. Henry County, I mean, you gotta, if you're going to Atlanta, you gotta go through Henry County. Everybody knows that. There's the split around McDonough. So quite a tourist area, if you will, for that part of the metro area. Oh,
good pass there. That ball batted up in the air and will be picked. And guess who?
Tip drill. And Bryson Harrell on defense. Brett, player of the game, maybe?
Yeah, I think he's probably there. Let's see this. This ball, just great defensive play by number 17. Is that Mitchell?
Yep, Mitchell.
Braylon Mitchell bounces it up in the air, and then Harrell, right place, right time.
Yep.
And Kyle, I think this is going to put a bow on things. And even though it's not the full game that you would have wanted and gotten to really see the whole amount of growth your team has made, Coach Slocum's got to be thrilled with how things have turned out so far.
I've got to say, if I'm being honest, as Bernie is just going to hand that one off to Devereaux, the way Creekside came out in their second drive and passing the ball, and then the way they disrupted some of the Cavalier passing game in the first quarter, I thought this one was going to be a closer game than it was. But as you said, Coach Slocum has coached up his team, and the Cavaliers, they cleaned up the snaps, the bad snaps from last week. They cleaned up the penalties. The passing game has been a lot better tonight, and the Cavaliers are going to walk away with a 4-score victory.
Very convincing.
Oh,
probably offsides, but
yeah, they're going to let it play out. The defensive end, the right defensive end. Oh, and now we got the receivers on the Cavaliers going. Little confusion on both sides. Say, how dare you get a penalty when it's 11-17?
Oh,
ready
my,
to go
come
home.
on.
Don't drag it out any further.
And that's going to be a false start, unfortunately, Kyle.
Yep, 2nd and 19.
And it's all your fault.
Yep. You know, if you're Creekside, you'd love to somebody just to show up and do something defensive here. I mean, you got them backed up to their own 9.
But as you say that, it makes me think, we've seen the last couple of weeks when it always seems like something's going to go against Mount DeSales, one of those guys makes a big play.
Yep. And there's Devereaux. He is a bowling ball, Brett. My goodness. The way he just bounces and keeps in motion.
Yeah, we're under a minute to play, Kyle, and we can go ahead and talk about it. I think you hit the nail on the head with our player of the game, and we got to give it to, well, we'll get that squared away. There we go. Play of the game, number 7, Bryson Harrell of Mount DeSales. Just an amazing game. What else can you say about the kid?
Yep. 2 receiving touchdowns and then a pick to kind of seal the victory here at the end. Great vision, great running ability. As there's a pass to Braylon Mitchell. He's going to try to juke and make something of it. And that's going to do it as the clock is winding down. 3, 2, 1, and that is it. The Mount DeSales Cavaliers have won 28-0 as they defeat Creekside Christian Academy. And so Coach Robert Slocum and his Cavaliers match last year's win total within the first 2 weeks as they start the year 2-0. Brett, an all-around fantastic game on all facets of the team for the Cavaliers.
I think if you're looking for a word for this game for Mount DeSales, the word's improvement. Yep. They've made great strides from where they were last week. They did get a big victory last week, but a lot of times you judge the health of your team not by the scoreboard, but how you got that victory, how you played, how you won. And I think tonight's game's a lot cleaner against a team that, as you said, they looked very potent coming out, and Mount DeSales kind of put the clamps on them and really opened the run game, got that going, and it helped open the passing game. And you saw Bernie, when he got some more time, more rhythm to throw, he got the help with the pickups from the backs, gave him enough time, and he connected on some big pass plays down the field. And he's got weapons, and they're just going to have to continue to be very disciplined in the way that they approach games. But congratulations to Mount DeSales. Coach Slocum picking up win number 2 here on the 2026 season. As you said, Kyle, matching their win total from last year already in game 2.
Yep, like you said, a lot cleaner on the snaps, and then great blocking was kind of the catalyst for Bernie being a lot more confident tonight. They'll look to go 3-0 as they travel next week to Pinewood Christian down in Belleville. We'll be here in Middle Georgia on Middle Georgia Sports Live. Check in, subscribe to our YouTube, like our Facebook. Hey, watch tomorrow for Thompson Stadium, West Side and Northeast. Yes, sir.
That'll be at 8 o'clock, and then at 5 o'clock will be Crawford County taking on Rutland. So we'll have those games for you at Middle Georgia Sports Live. It'll also be on our Facebook page. Check us out on Facebook, YouTube. We'll have all kinds of content and quick hits on Instagram and Facebook. So be sure to check us out. If this was your first time visiting us here tonight, please join what's going on with Middle Georgia Sports Live. I also like to thank quickly, Kyle. I know we're kind of wrapping up on a late night. I'd like to thank our sponsors, Emory Healthcare, Coca-Cola, and BCI Insulations for help bringing these broadcasts to you. And Kyle, appreciate all that you do, man.
Yes, sir. It's not quite Midnight Cinderella, but it is good night, everybody, here on Middle Georgia Sports Live. Kyle Tucker for Brett Taylor. Good night, everybody.
When doubt surrounds your picture of tomorrow, hope from others can light the way forward. A whole team of people focused on what's next. Devoted to medicine that envisions the future so you can do the same. The power of second chances is here at Emory Healthcare, but its beauty shines brightest when you bring it home.